Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Dr. Zurowski. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Just to start off, a couple of cleanup matters from yesterday. There were two sets of Dr. Zurowski's handwritten notes, which we asked him about, and those were not part of the overview document. And so I'd like to make those exhibits. The first, which would be Exhibit 86, is GOL 7497, which are compiled Dr. Zurowski notebooks with entries dating 2005 to 2019.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And the second one, which would be Exhibit 87, is GOL 7404, which are again Dr. Zurowski's notebook, March 28, 2018 to April 23rd, 2019.
Thank you, Council. Noted.
Thank you. Dr. Zurowski, just one last matter I'd like to cover and then go back to a couple of things that we discussed in the preceding days. So I want to talk about just your contact with audit services of the city in February 2019. You recall having communications with city audit services?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if we could go to overview document 10, image 33 and 34. Thank you. And in paragraph 68, on February 8th, 2019, Mr. Pellegrini from Audit Services, he emailed you and copying the city auditor, Mr. Brown, and asked some questions. They indicated that they'd reviewed the Golder report, and they set out 3 areas that they would like to explore with you arising out of that, and requested a meeting. And then if we go to the following page 34, on February 11th, you replied. And if you could highlight paragraph 71 or call out 71, please, Registrar. And you replied and with highlighting on your answers. So the questions, the three areas that they indicated they wanted to discuss with you are in the numbered paragraphs, and then your answers are the highlighted ones. Do you recall this response?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the answer to question 1, I mean, it's around the grip tester and the standard, and you provide an answer that it's probably the most commonly used skid resistance tester in Ontario. And I guess the first thing, that's primarily at airports, so correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the second one is about the follow-up to the Golder report and the trade wind report in 2014, and you provide some a summary answer, which appears to be generally consistent with what you've been describing for the last couple of days. But it's paragraph 3 that I want to focus on. And in that one, the question is about the reference in the Golder report to the 2007 friction numbers. So those are, as we know, the MTO results. But what they weren't referred to as the MTO results in the Golder report. So they asked, the audit department asks, the report refers to friction numbers measured in 2007. Was this same test performed in 2007 by the same contractor? And you respond, the friction testing in 2007 was done by the MTO. The MTO was interested in skid numbers, SN, on the SMA surface just after construction. it is our understanding that the MTO undertook the testing themselves, but we do not know this for certain or what equipment was used. And so the certainly it's correct that the friction testing in 2007 was done by the MTO. But to start with the second sentence, it says the MTO was interested in skid numbers on the SMA surface just after construction. That's correct, but that's not why they did the testing, right? It was at it followed your concerns about skid resistance and your call with Chris Raymond on July 31st, 2007, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree with me that this answer seems to suggest that the MTO had instigated the testing?
Yes, this is maybe not very fortunate statement, but the interest was, as you said just a moment ago.
Okay. And then the third sentence states, it is our understanding that the MTO undertook the testing themselves, but we do not know this for certain or what equipment was used. Would you agree with me that that's not accurate?
I agree.
Right. And because you did know for certain that the MTO undertook the testing itself, correct? You knew that the MTO itself did the testing in 2007.
I knew that MTO did the test, yes.
Okay. And then the second part, we don't know this for certain or what equipment was used, but you did know what equipment was used, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So can you explain why this answer was written as it was, given that it's inaccurate?
I think it's just inaccurate. I don't recall why I put it this way. I knew what equipment was used. Yeah.
Were you intentionally being inaccurate?
No, I was not.
Was it your wording or someone else's at Golder?
It was reviewed by a number of people, so.
Right, but you were the one with the personal knowledge of it, though.
Yes, I was.
Did you appreciate at the time that it was inaccurate?
Oh, I didn't remember why when during this inquiry, when I look at this, I realized that it was inaccurate.
Okay, but are you saying you did not realize it was inaccurate at the time that you wrote and sent it to City Audit Services?
At that time, I don't recall what I thought. It is like, in my opinion, yes, it is inaccurate. But right now, I see it's inaccurate, and I realized during the inquiry that it was inaccurate.
All right, and then you had a meeting, or rather a phone call, a conference call with Audit Services on February 12th. You recall that?
I don't remember the exact date, but I know I had a relatively lengthy call and I took a lot of notes.
Right. Okay. And then if we go to, if you take that down, Registrar. If you go to images 35 and 36. Actually, it's, yeah, 36. Sorry, on image 37. On February 12th at 1:14 9:19 p.m., it's paragraph 84. Mr. Brown of Audit Services emailed you and Mr. Pellegrini, copying a number of others, and he attached the MTO friction testing results from 2007 to his email, and in his email indicated that he was doing so at the time. And then he also attached some additional information. Do you recall if at the meeting you discussed the attachments?
I don't recall a meeting. I think it was just an email. I know that there were attachments, but I don't recall a meeting or a phone call. No, there was
telephone call.
I don't. I think the telephone call was with Mr. Pellegrini.
All right. We have your notes at RHV 933. If we could go to that register. And it's at images 878 and 879. So you'll see it refers on the left to Tuesday, February 12th, 19, and then it says Hamilton conference call with Dominic Pellegrini. That means Pellegrini, auditor, City of Hamilton. And then there's a reference to Charles Brown further down, and and your notes go on to the next page. So I understood from what you said earlier, you do recall that that you had a call, you just didn't recall the specifics of it. Is that right?
You mean the previous one? I remember this with Mr. Pellegrini, but the previous one, I think I only had an email from Mr. Brown that I consulted our management and our legal counsel. But this one, I think I only recall this call.
Right. No, sorry, this is the one I was referring to. Sorry if I confuse things. And with the aid of your notes, do you recall anything other than is as disclosed in your notes from the call?
No, I think, no, I don't.
Was Mr. Brown also on the call at some point?
No, I don't. I don't recall. I think it was only Mr. Pellegrini.
There's references to various things that indicate that you spoke about the grip tester, about the ASTM E274 locked wheel tester, Gary Moore grip tester versus friction number, those sorts of speed, the speed of the testing, all those sorts of things?
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay, and the last on the right at number 8 says other than Gary. Do you know what that means?
Whether there were other people than Mr. Gary Moore involved in this?
Oh, I see. Okay, and what did you tell him?
Again, I don't have detailed recollection. Probably my notes says more than I know, but I think at that point of time, in the testing, arranging the testing, that was mainly Mr. Moore involved.
Do you recall having any subsequent contact with City's Audit Services after February 12th?
I don't recall any telephone calls with them. Then it's possible that there were some emails that I would pass to our team, but I don't recall any. Maybe I would have to double check my notes, but okay. I don't recall any.
Okay, thank you. Can you take that down, please, Registrar? Just now to deal with a couple of things you referred to in the preceding days. On a number of occasions, you referred to a John Emery presentation called Get a Grip in relation to, generally speaking, how skid resistance is one of just many factors that contribute to road safety. Do you recall that evidence and this presentation by Mr. Emery?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think what you said in one occasion was that skid resistance was one piece or one line in what John Emery shows as a number of factors that impact safety of the pavement. And if we could go to the Get a Grip presentation, is it GOL 7392? This is the first slide or first page of this presentation called Get a Grip from November 2007. Is this the presentation to which you were referring?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then I think it has about 30 pages, but if we could go to image 6. Is this the particular slide that you were speaking of when you were talking about it being one of many items?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it shows a whole whack of factors influencing highway safety, which feed into that box on the far left, highway safety. And you were referring to skid resistance, and I'm wondering what specifically you were referring to, just because that term itself isn't used on this slide. So I'm just wondering, so we can close this off, what you're referring to.
So this is in the second column from the right, under pavement. So it's pavement, surface texture, macro texture, micro texture. So
Right.
This is basically where micro texture, macro texture, they impact a skid friction characteristic or friction numbers.
Right. Okay. And then those other things in there also go to it. But like, for example, aggregate type is something that influences macro texture and micro texture, right?
Yes, roughness, rutting, all of them have some impact on this. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we understood what you were talking about. You could take that down, Registrar. And then another thing you referred to is in the discussion we were having around the British pendulum testing that Golder did in December 6th and 7th, the night of 6th and 7th of December 2017, and the reference in your February 28th, 2019 pavement evaluation report of British pendulum values under 30 being low. You indicated that there was a paper that you were relying on in relation to those conclusions. And I think you said you couldn't locate the original paper that you were talking about, but you did locate a more recent one that was similar in nature. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we could go to GOL 7453. This is a paper from 2019 titled Experimental Study on Wet Skid Resistance of Asphalt Pavements in Icy Conditions. Is this the paper you were referring to?
Yes, this is the second paper, the one that I talked about yesterday. Yes, it is.
The more recent one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And as I understand it from reading this paper, that it really primarily what it's about is British pendulum testing conducted on melting ice, right?
Oh, I understand. It was in winter conditions, so it was. I did consider those factors that I mentioned: temperature, snow, and the ice. The ices.
Right. but it's like, if we go to image 3, the first full paragraph at the top, if you could expand that. Yeah. I'm just trying to understand what the source of it is, because it says, accordingly, this paper reports on the durability of skid resistance in very low temperature conditions, especially in an ice melting condition, lower than 0 degrees Celsius. And then BPN values under ice melting conditions were measured to examine the skid performance of anti-skid surfaces under winter road conditions. And then if we go to images 6 and 7, there's some figures here. Figure 5 sets out BPN value and skid resistance. And on the right, there's figure 7 has, and 6 and 7 have some graphs as well. Are these things that you were relying on, or these pages specifically?
Yes, and the table, yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, again, from reading this, that the tables or figures 6 and 7, that those indicate testing again was done under ice melting conditions. Is that right?
So in my when I look at this, it was just when you have the temperature below 0, you can anticipate some ice. Even when you drive, you see the note in your car, icy. So this is what I assumed that it was relevant. And also I know from my airport experience how they approach this thing. They assume that you may have ice and you know some de-ices are applied.
Okay.
I didn't know whether they did, the city did, but I assume that it could have some impact.
Okay. And what about the reference to the low, under 30 being low? Is that dealt with in here? I mean, I see under figure 5, it refers to low at 27 to 32. But
yes, so you know, this is yes, it's similar, you know, to what's in this table. It wasn't exactly this paper. I think I couldn't find the original one, so this is something similar to what I use.
All right. Just give me one moment, please. Registrar and Commissioner, if we could mark that paper as an exhibit, 88.
Noted. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Commissioner, I don't have any further questions at this time. We, just in terms of discussions with council, we're aware that council for the city has requested a fair amount of time with Dr. Uzorowski, which we'll take up today. And we have arranged the schedule so that Dr. Uzorowski can re-attend on Thursday for examinations by MTO Council, Dufferin Council, and Golder Council for part of the day on Thursday. I'm not sure about the order of MTO and Dufferin. We can sort that out, but the city would be going. Okay. The city would be going first today to finish.
Okay. Thank you. Well then, is it Mr. Letterman or Ms. Contractor who's asking the questions on behalf of the city today?
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. I will be asking questions on behalf of the
city. Thank you, Ms. Contractor. Why don't you proceed? You have the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
which is to 3:30.
I understand. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Yuzurowski.
Good morning.
Just give me 1 second. During your first attendance at the inquiry in May, you were asked about your educational and professional background, and I just wanted to ask you a few questions about that. I understand that you've been a licensed professional engineer in Ontario since about 1996. Does that sound right?
Correct.
And as a licensed professional engineer, you have certain obligations and guidelines that you have to comply with.
Correct.
And Mr. Registrar, if you could please go to HAM 64291.
Commissioner, if I might, this is the document that was provided yesterday to us. The witnesses had it and read it. I'm not sure where this questioning will go, but certainly it would be my view as to, compliance with professional obligations will be the subject matter of argument and potentially expert evidence at some later point.
Yes, well, I understand your question. Let's hear the questions first, and then we can deal with any concerns that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Yuzurowski, this is the guidelines for professional engineering practice issued by the Professional Engineers of Ontario. And Mr. Registrar, if we could please go to image 4. Thank you. And of course, the Professional Engineers of Ontario is the licensing and regulatory body for professional engineers in Ontario. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, call out the first section. Actually, sorry, I meant the first paragraph, but that's fine. And as long as Dr. Yuzurowski can read it. Thank you. And so this states that the PEO prepares these guidelines for the purposes of educating professional engineers, the licensees, and the public about the standards of practice. Do you see that?
Yes, I can.
And as a professional engineer, you agree that these standards apply to you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to image 9 of the document. And if we could call out the first 3 paragraphs under section 9. Sorry, the first 3 paragraphs under section 9. So right before the item 1 there. Yeah, you got it. Thanks. Okay, so this section talks about the engineer's duty to report. And you'll see the first line of the first paragraph states, the duty to report is an essential component of an engineer's commitment to professionalism. And if we go to the second paragraph, you'll see that it states, professional engineers should know that their duty to report is limited, relating only to situations where they apply judgment based on their professional training, experience, and competence, and goes on to state that engineers are expected to report only on those issues that come to their attention during the course of their professional practice. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the last paragraph at the last sentence of the last paragraph, excuse me, it details the steps that engineers should take if they identify any issues that endanger the safety or the public welfare while providing client services. So that's the duty to report, is to report on any issues that endanger safety or the public welfare. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Registrar, if you could now call out item 1. Okay, so the first step, according to the guidelines, is for the engineer to assure themselves that there is a problem, that the problem is real, and that they've correctly assessed the potential harm that might result. And Dr. Uziorowski, you understand that of course it's important for an engineer to accurately identify any issues and any potential harm that might arise when providing advice to a client.
If there is immediate danger, it is, yes.
Right, and it's not just immediate danger, right? If there's potential harm.
Yeah, I can see this, but I don't know which way you are going, but in my opinion, I didn't see any red flags on when I prepared the report. There were no red flags. The results were very similar to what was observed on other roads, so there was no immediate danger, immediate concern. I didn't consider this to be a potential harm. It was very similar to what was observed on other roads.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you about, I think when you say potential harm, red flags, you're talking about your interpretation of the friction testing results from 2013, correct?
Correct.
That's right. And we're going to talk about that. But I do want to take you through the rest of these steps for now. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's the first step, is to identify any potential harm. If we can call out now steps or items 2 and 3, Mr. Registrar. Okay, so this states that after an engineer assures themselves or confirms that they've assessed that there's potential harm, the next steps are to advise the client of that issue and take all reasonable steps to ensure that the client is aware of any danger that the engineer believes might result from a failure to deal with that situation. And so, Dr. Uziorowski, you understand that this is important because in order for the client to make a decision about whether to pursue remedial action, they need to understand the potential dangers that could arise if remedial action is not taken.
I understand, but I didn't see any potential harm, and I informed I think the recommendation that I passed to the client, they were very clear.
I'm just going to interject for a moment because I want to make sure that the questions on which Ms. Roberts may or may not have any objections are absolutely clear. So, Dr. Uziorowski, at this point, all you're being asked is, were you aware of these particular steps that are contemplated by Section 9 of the guidelines? And I think Ms. Contractor will ask you about how you saw your actions in light of these later on, and that will be an opportunity for you to respond to those questions. But for the moment, she's not asking you to respond in terms of how you saw your actions in light of these provisions, merely whether or not you were aware of them. Would that be fair, Ms. Contractor?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
So looking at items 2 and 3, again, Dr. Uziorowski, you understand that it's important to advise the client clearly of any potential danger because in order for the client to make a decision about what to do and whether to pursue remedial action, they of course need to understand what that potential danger may be if remedial action is not taken. Agreed?
Correct.
Thank you. And you would agree with me that that advice as to what would happen if the client does not pursue remedial action is important so that the client can, again, make an informed decision about what it is that they need to do.
Correct.
But I'm not sure I understood that question, Council.
Okay.
Sure. And the question was whether Dr. Yuzurowski would agree with me that the engineer's advice about the potential harm that would arise if remedial action is not taken, that advice is important for the client so that they can assess and make an informed decision about whether or not remedial action should be taken. And Dr. Yuzurowski, you agree with me based on that? Or do you agree with that?
Yeah, generally this is my interpretation of item 3.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, I think Ms. Roberts is.
So Council, Commissioner, these are the guidelines,
Right.
and nobody's questioning that these guidelines are applicable. They're guidelines. There are also regulations and provisions within the Act, all of which, may or may not have specific application to the facts at hand. I'm not sure how helpful it is to go through the PEO guidelines here. I mean, they are as they are.
Yeah. Well, Ms. Contractor, are you proposing to take us through each of these and ask whether Mr. Yuzurowski is aware of them and understands them and agrees with them? Agrees they are significant?
Well, Mr. Commissioner, this section provides step-by-step guidelines on what an engineer should do if they identify a safety concern. And so I want to go through those steps and make sure that Dr. Yuzurowski understands them and agrees that they're important before proceeding with the subject matter that he dealt with in 13 and onwards.
Well, I mean, I wonder if we can short circuit that by saying Ms. Roberts, I think, takes it that it would be prepared to agree that Dr. Yuzurowski is aware of these, understands them, and recognizes that they're important. Would that be correct, Ms. Roberts?
It is, and may I add that Golder itself has significant internal processes. So these guidelines are issued by the PEO Ontario, but the Golder's internal guidelines are designed to comply with what's here in Ontario as well as other jurisdictions. So these then are subject to an internal process, and there's a whole process in here for what happens if there is a danger.
That I think is another question.
It is.
That we can deal later, perhaps with your questioning, I don't know. But in any event, we're just dealing with the professional engineers of Ontario guidelines. But if we take it that Mr. Yuzurowski has read these, if you want to give him an extra minute to reread them, we can do that he understands them and he accepts that they are important. Can we proceed from that, Ms. Contractor?
Certainly, Mr. Commissioner. If I could add, I don't intend to go through the rest of them. I just wanted to go from items 2 to 4. So if we can bring up paragraph 4 as well, Mr. Registrar, or number 4 there. And if you'd permit me, I'd just like to go through number 4 with him, and then I'm happy to move on.
Okay, well, let's hear your questions on number 4.
Thank you. So, Dr. Uzarowski, item 4 states that if after a reasonable length of time, the client has, let me take a step back. If an engineer identifies a potential safety issue, and once it identifies that safety issue for the client, the next step outlined in item 4 is after a reasonable length of time, the engineer should follow up with the client to see if appropriate action has been taken. And my question is that, Dr. Uzarowski, you understand that where an engineer identifies a potential safety issue while providing services to a client, it's important that the engineer, follow up with the client to see if appropriate action has been taken.
So what is your question? Sorry.
Sure. My question is based on item 4 and what we've looked at. You understand that where an engineer identifies a potential safety issue while providing services to a client, it's important that the engineer follow up with the client to see if appropriate action has been taken.
Oh, yes, I understand it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Registrar. You can take that down. Oh, and my colleague tells me that I should mark it as an exhibit, exhibit 89, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
Noted. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. And again, just circling back to some of your educational and employment experiences. During your first attendance in May, you advised that you have 2 master's degrees in highway engineering. And I take it that those degrees include highway design and performance evaluation.
So this is my background, but I'm professional pavement and materials engineer, and that's been my involvement.
Okay, and that's the role that you held at Golder since 2003. I think it was senior pavement and materials engineer.
Yes. Yes.
And when Golder is engaged by clients to provide advice, you'd agree with me, sir, that the clients expect that Golder has expertise on the issues that it's engaged to advise on.
Experience and knowledge on my particular area of competence. So in this case would be pavement, and I'm pavement and materials.
Right, but you wouldn't provide advice on issues that you don't have expertise or knowledge on.
No, I wouldn't.
And you understand that clients rely on the advice that Golder is engaged to provide.
Oh, I advise the client, but I cannot police or force the client to follow my advice. I advise the client.
I understand that, but my question was whether you understand that clients rely on the advice that's provided.
Yes, I do.
And as part of that, you'd agree with me that clients would expect that Golder would inform the client of any potentially unsafe situation that Golder may learn of during its engagement. Is that fair to say?
If I consider situation to be unsafe, then I would convey it to the client. But as I mentioned, I don't know whether this is relevant, but at that point of time, I didn't see any red flag.
Okay. So your practice is to clearly identify any potential safety issues for the clients that you're engaged to provide advice to.
I don't know what you mean by potential safety issue. I'm not a safety consultant, no geometry consultant. I only focus on my area.
Right. And as you're focusing on your area, if you, in your view, based on your experience, determined that there was a safety issue, you would clearly identify that.
I think you extend the area. I'm not a safety consultant. I look at the numbers, the friction numbers, and what is in my opinion, what those numbers mean. I compare them with other agencies, other roads, and this is my recommendation. I cannot, safety, road safety is a huge subject. I'm not trained, or educated in this area, so this is not my expertise. I can provide advice in my area.
I appreciate that. You're not a safety expert, but if while providing advice to a client, in your opinion, there was a safety concern, you would, of course, clearly identify that concern to the client, correct?
To the extent that I understand, I would let the client know what to do to improve the numbers.
Okay, so
that's what I did. Yeah.
Right. So I take it that you agree that if, in your opinion, you learn of a safety concern, your practice is to let the client know about the concern.
I think, it's like, for me, it's like my area is here, the friction numbers and what it is, and safety is a much higher subject, much higher level. Like safety incorporates everything. So, but if I had concerns with the numbers, and if I could see a practical way of improving, I would definitely bring it to the owners or clients' attention.
Right. And if those concerns were about the safety of the roadway, you would clearly state that, right? It would be important to state that your concerns relate to the safety. And I, again, appreciate that you're not a safety expert, but if in your view, you thought, this might have some implications for safety, you would clearly state that to the client.
Because it's like, you expand this. I would definitely say, if I had concerns with the numbers, I would tell them, and I would provide practical application. But for me, it's like safety is way above, on my expertise. But if I had concerns with the numbers, I would definitely tell them, and then always that would be a part of safety evaluation that should be done. But I cannot comment on this big subject. I can focus on my area and what I was comfortable with providing recommendation for.
I understand that, but I just want to be really clear that if you yourself had a concern, not just about the numbers, as you say, but particularly that the numbers would impact the safety of the roadway in this example that you've provided, you would clearly identify that it was a safety concern. You would identify the nature of your concern.
So again, of course, I'm an engineer. I'm a human being, so I'm concerned about safety. But I would focus on my area. Okay, I would focus on my area. So because safety is such a huge subject, and I'm not qualified to provide this. I would say, okay, these numbers maybe, I didn't see red flags over time. I just could see method of quick and cheap improvement, and this is what I would advise. But for me, safety is too big of a subject. I'm not, because it's everything. It's speed, and as you know, probably I was concerned about speed and other aspects. So I'm not qualified to comment on this. I can focus. Yes, I'm concerned with the numbers. These numbers have negative impact on frictional characteristics of the pavement. Here is what you can do. I even did more because I provided the contacts, contractors, even the price, and number of times. And this is what I could do.
Thank you. You're still not quite answering my question. So let me try to
As contractor, I'm not going to allow that. I think you put the question 3 or 4 times, and you've got the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You may be trying for a different answer, but this is the answer you're going to have to live with.
And so, Mr. Commissioner, I'm going to ask a follow-up question, and certainly if you think I should move on, I certainly will. But Dr. Uzorowski, if you had safety concerns that arise while you're providing advice to a client, I take it that your practice was not to withhold that information from the client.
I think. Sorry.
Isn't that the same question? Just put in the
I do
negative?
think it's the same question, Ms. Contractor.
I'll move on.
And it's unfortunately what it's doing is it's confusing not just Mr. Uzorowski, but the rest of us. It's turning things upside down. I think you've asked the question directly, and a number of times you should move on.
Okay, I'll do that. And Mr. Registrar, could we go to GOL 2642 and GOL 2641? And so, Dr. Uzorowski, Commission Counsel took you to these emails from September 2013. One is the email from Mr. Moore inquiring about friction testing on the parkways. And the second email is the longer email chain that was sent to you, including comments from city staff. You recall these discussions?
Yes, I do.
And your evidence last week was that you specifically recall reviewing the longer email chain, I believe because it was the first time you received an email from Mr. Moore, which contained a chain of emails from other city staff.
I don't know what you mean by specifically, but I know that I look at that chain of emails. Okay.
And if we could go to image 4 of GOL 2641. And this is the start of that email chain where Mr. Capestagano states that in his view, the Red Hill is slippery when it rains, and that he feels that it's a pavement and speed problem. And he also notes that the police called the city saying that the ramps and the roads were slippery. And just stopping there for a moment, am I correct that SMA was not used on the ramps of the Red Hill?
It's almost correct. There was one ramp where the SMA test strip was done, but the rest of the ramps did not incorporate SMA.
Thank you. And during your evidence last week, I believe you stated that what the police were saying about the pavement being slippery stayed in your mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, I consider their opinions seriously.
And if we go to image 2 of that email chain, Mr. Registrar, you also referred in your evidence to Mr. McLennan's comment that there was no significant claims history for slippery conditions on the Red Hill. And so you reviewed Mr. McLennan's email as well.
Yes, I did.
And if we scroll down to image 3, and if we could pull out or call out rather Mr. White's email. So here, Mr. White states that in order to determine the severity and magnitude of the problem, and to move this from subjective opinion to fact, I've asked traffic engineering to analyze the collision history on the entire link in Red Hill to determine if there's a proven recorded collision history to the impacts of wet weather and road surface on the collision rate, and to determine the higher incident locations. And so I take it that you understood from that the city intended to conduct an analysis a collision analysis on the impact of weather and road surface on collisions.
I think you go too far. I think it wasn't my business. I was asked to do friction testing, and this is there is a traffic safety department in the city, so it was their subject. The request from the city was to test friction number, provide friction, test friction, provide friction numbers.
I understand that. And I'm just asking whether you understood from this email that the city, not you, not Boulder, that the city was going to conduct a collision analysis on the impact of weather and road surface on collisions.
I don't recall me thinking about this collision analysis. It wasn't directed to me. It was, in my opinion, it was sent to me by accident. So it was not my subject. I just focused on what I was asked to do.
But you did note that Mr. McLennan had stated that there was no significant claims history, right? If we could call that email up again, Mr. Registrar, on image 2. And so you did recall that. And so my question is whether you also looked at Mr. White's email that follows before this and understood that the city, not Boulder, but the city would be conducting that collision analysis.
No, I didn't think about this. I just focused on that one sentence. So obviously, it was just under Mr. Moore's email. So, and that was my my thought. No, I didn't put any particular focus on what the city was going to do. It wasn't. This email was not directed to me. I think it was sent by accident. So I just only look at this item to identify, yes, the police opinion, and there were no significant claims. I didn't know about any collision analysis. I don't recall any thought like this.
Okay. But you did receive this email?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And And if we could call that down, Mr. Registrar, and call out Mr. Moore's email at 2642 and Mr. Yuzerowski's response. I'm sorry, on the other document. Yep, that's the one. Okay. So last week, Commission Counsel asked you what you understood about the purpose of friction testing. And you stated the purpose of testing was to provide friction numbers, and that while you're not a safety expert, you understood that the slipperiness of pavement is related to a large number of factors, and friction is just one of those, but that this is what the city wanted to test. And you further stated that you understood what the police were saying about the road, and that the city was responding to that by conducting friction testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And last week, we also heard evidence from you on your understanding of how well Mr. understood the role of pavement in roadway design and performance, and how well he understood friction issues specifically. And I just want to confirm a couple of points on that topic. And so you stated that in your view, Mr. Moore was intelligent and a good engineer, and that he may have had some general understanding regarding friction, but he wasn't a friction expert, correct?
Correct.
And that was your understanding in 2013?
Correct.
And you also stated that you didn't think that Mr. Moore understood that there were different pieces of friction testing equipment, or sorry, that he did understand that there were different pieces of friction testing equipment. But I'm sorry, let me rephrase. You stated that you did not think that Mr. Moore understood that there were different pieces of friction testing equipment, but you expected that he understood that there were different methods of testing. Is that correct?
I would have to review exact. I think he was aware of this different methods of testing, and for different methods of testing. For different methods of testing, different pieces of equipment are used.
Right, and so you understood that he was aware of different methods of testing, but not that he didn't understand the differences between the different types of friction testing equipment in 2013. Is that fair?
In my opinion, he understood that there were different methods and different pieces of equipment were used for this, but I think that the meaning of this, he wasn't an expert of interpreting of the meaning of this.
And he certainly did not understand how to compare results from different testing devices in 2013. That was your understanding at that point.
Yeah. I think we might, Commissioner, I think we might have a problem with the feed again. Are you back?
I'm sorry, but it was the picture was frozen, and we couldn't hear I couldn't hear the question.
That's not a problem. I'm happy to repeat my question.
Thank you.
It was your understanding in 2013 that Mr. Moore did not have an understanding of how to compare the results from different friction testing devices.
I think, yeah, that's correct.
And Mr. Registrar, if we could please go to GOL 2657 and OD 6, image 87, page 230.
I think you mean paragraph 230?
I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. And looking at paragraph 231, last week you were taken to these emails from January 2014 regarding the friction testing data, and you confirmed that the client at paragraph 231 referred to Mr. Moore. And you'll see you state here that my client, Mr. Moore, needs a comparison of friction numbers on the Red Hill in Hamilton from 2007 and 2013. So you understood that Mr. Moore was looking for a comparison of the friction testing results from 2007 and 2013.
Correct.
And of course, by comparison, you understood that he wanted to understand whether the friction testing values increased or decreased from 2007.
Correct.
And the email that you send to Mr. Moore on the left side of the screen, you sent that in response to his request for a comparison.
Correct.
And in fact, we heard from you that you contacted Tradewind to get the testing results so you could send Mr. Moore the information he needed to make the comparison.
I don't know what you mean. Like, I sent an email, and I think Mr. Owen Taylor called me, or he called me, I called him. I got those numbers over the phone.
Right, but you called him to get the information so that you could send it to Mr. Moore for the comparison, correct?
I think I would rather think that he would call me. I think he would rather call me, and then I inserted the numbers and sent it to Mr. Moore.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, and yesterday or not yesterday, I think it was last week, Commission Counsel asked you about your understanding at that time in 2014 about the ability to correlate between grip tester results and locked wheel skid trailer results. And you initially stated at that point you were aware that they were similar with lock wheel slightly higher. And after some back and forth, once Commission Counsel advised that we've all heard a fair amount of evidence that generally speaking, the grip tester, all other things being equal, will return higher grip numbers than a locked wheel testing. I think you ultimately agreed that the grip tester would result in slightly higher units. But quite apart from what you might have thought in 2014 about whether the grip tester or the locked wheel tester would result in higher values. What you were clear about in your evidence is that in 2014, you understood that those values were quite similar, correct?
Yes, correct. I think I corrected myself during the examination that, I made an error during the examination because right from the start, I knew that the grip tester numbers would be slight right from the start, that I would anticipate them if the locked wheel is done at 90 and the grip tester at 50, then the grip tester would be slightly higher. Okay.
And that's not included in your email to Mr. Moore from January 24th, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say, Dr. Jezorowski, if you thought that it was important for Mr. Moore to know that, you would have included it in the email?
I don't have to speculate. I know that I was under pressure because Mr. Moore asked me about this, by noon, and I think I sent it at 11:45 or something. So there was a pressure to send the numbers to him. So it was just, a pressure. Send it to Mr. Moore because he wants it by noon. Yes.
I understand that, but it would have only required adding one line, right? That the 2013 testing results you'd expect them to be higher. And that would take a couple of minutes at most, right? That's all you would have had to add.
Obviously, this statement is not here, but I was aware of the difference.
Right. But you didn't include it in the email because you didn't think it was important for Mr. Moore to understand that, to compare the results. Fair to say?
No, you go too far. No, I think I was, whether it was important, no, I think I didn't, first of all, I didn't know what numbers I could get. So I think I was under a lot of stress and pressure because the client as you probably know, I saw that the client had a meeting with the management. So there was a lot of pressure and stress on me to deliver the numbers to him. So I didn't provide this. Later on, I looked at, did some more analysis, but at that point of time, I didn't.
Okay, so your evidence was that you did not have enough time to include in this email a statement or information about the 2013, your expectation that the 2013 results would have been higher than 2007.
My interpretation is that I had everything ready. I had the email ready. I had the attachment ready. Everything was waiting for this, and you probably know that I put some pressure on Mr. Leonard. When I got the number, I passed them to Mr. Moore. This is what I recall. I recall the stress and the pressure that I was under, and as I said, that was ready. The email was ready. Everything was ready. Does include this phone number.
You felt comfortable that you gave Mr. Moore what he needed.
Now, okay. Now your question is, what my feeling was that time. I knew I sent him the numbers, but now I would say, now during this, I would, later on, I did more analysis, but for me, at that particular time, the objective was send this to Mr. Moore because he requested this thing urgently. So I was happy.
Right, and he asked, sorry, and he asked you to send it so that he could compare the results for the management meeting.
Yeah, he asked for the 2013 numbers. That was my he wanted the 2007 and 2013 numbers.
To compare.
And that was my understanding for the management. Actually, it turned out I was mistaken, but that was my understanding.
Right, but as you say in paragraph 231, he didn't just want the numbers; he wanted the numbers to compare them. Oh, I think he's frozen.
Yeah, it's frozen.
I believe he is back.
Oh, right. And so, Dr. Yuzorowski, I'm not sure if you heard my last question. Oh.
Oop,
Sorry, Council, looked like his connection just dropped.
Internet loss again, I'm on it.
okay, we've been advised there's an internet loss and that they're working on it.
Shouldn't add that yesterday with the service provider issue.
I want to take an early morning break for, we'll take our break for 15 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
And see what perhaps get an assessment of what Golders thinks is the likelihood that they can address their internet problems. I assume this is a systemic problem for Golders again.
That's what I understand. Yesterday, there was a service provider issue, and I don't know if that's been carried over today, but I'll find out.
Yeah. Why don't we do that? If council are agreeable, and we'll return at 11 o'clock with a report. Oh, no, Dr. Uzarovsky is not back. He's just on the screen frozen. Is that right?
It appears to be.
Okay, then let's take that break. We'll return at 11.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, on the break, we've been advised by Ms. Roberts for Golder that they're having just a systemic internet problem at their offices. And so Dr. Uzorowski is going to continue from his home. And that should be able to happen by 11:30. And so I would suggest that we adjourn until 11:30, resume then, and then if necessary for Ms. Contractor's cross-examination, rather than finish at 3:30, as we have been doing for Dr. Zarowski, that we finish at 4 o'clock.
Okay, that's fine. Let's stand adjourned then until 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Uzorowski, I think we're in the middle of discussing your email to Mr. Moore from January 24th. And Mr. Registrar, I wonder if you could call back up GOL 2657 and OD6, image 87, paragraph 230. And just to cover this off, you understood that you at the time that you sent Mr. Moore the information that he needed to make the comparison between the 2007 and 2013 results.
Yes, I sent him the numbers that he wanted. Yes.
Right. And from your email at paragraph 231, or as it states in your email at paragraph 31, you were aware that Mr. Moore wasn't just looking for the numbers, he was looking for the comparison.
Yes, well, this is what the email says, yes.
Right. And you understood that that's what he was looking for. He wasn't just asking you for the numbers, he wanted to compare them.
Yes, he asked me for, yes.
And you gave him the information he needed to do that comparison.
Yes, I did.
Okay. If we could, Mr. Registrar, go to image 91 of the overview document. Paragraph 240, and we can pull up, sorry, you don't need to call it out for now, you can, thank you. And on the other side of the screen, pull up GOL 2981. Okay, so Dr. Uzorowski, you received the Tradewind report on January 26, 2014, and you send it to Mr. Moore on January 30th. And your evidence last week was that you didn't send it right away because you wanted to review the Tradewind report and incorporate it into the draft Golder report. And if we could please go to image 10 of the draft Golder report. And sections 5 and 6 contain Golder's analysis of the Tradewind report, correct?
Correct.
And you were satisfied that these sections summarized Golder's analysis of the Tradewind report and the recommendations from it.
Yes, that was my interpretation of what was in Tradewind report and our recommendations, yes.
And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, call out section 5. The bottom paragraph states, although the friction numbers, FN values, are higher than when measured in 2007, immediately after construction, between 30 and 34, they are considered to be relatively low. And here the friction number, FN values, referred to in that sentence are the results from the testing completed by Tradewind, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so here you're comparing these friction number, FN values, that Tradewind measured to the FN numbers from the 2007 testing conducted by the MTO.
Yeah, here I compared MTO 2007 with Tradewind 2013.
Right. And you state that the 2013 numbers are higher than the 2007 numbers.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And similar to the January 24th email that we were just looking at, this draft report does not state that the numbers cannot be compared directly.
No, it doesn't. There is no direct correlation, but overall, then those 2000 numbers, 2013 numbers, in my opinion, my analysis, were higher than 2000, somewhat higher than 2007.
But you don't say somewhat higher, right? You say higher in the report.
Higher, yes.
Okay, we can call that back down, Mr. Registrar. Dr. Yuzrowski, you've told us that you understood that the city was doing friction testing in light of the concerns expressed by the police that the roadway was slippery. And last week, and again this morning, you stated that the friction testing results did not raise any red flags for you. And you'd agree with me that if you had any concerns that the friction testing results in 2013 raised any potential safety issues on the Red Hill, in your opinion, you would have stated that in the draft Golder report.
Yes, they didn't. Again, safety is a different aspect. They didn't raise those numbers. They didn't raise red flag, in my opinion, but I consider them to be relatively low.
Okay. And so the Traden report, of course, refers to friction standards applicable in the United Kingdom. And in 2014, you understood that aside from I think you called it a general expected value of FN30 from the MTO, there were no friction standards in Ontario or in Canada for that matter, correct?
There is no friction standard that will specify the requirements. Yes, so the number 30 was like, how can I say, the base of, or let's, I think MTO called it expected value.
Right.
Yeah.
And certainly the draft Golder report does not reference any Canadian or Ontario friction standard.
No, it doesn't. They don't exist.
Right. The only reference to a standard in Section 5 is a reference to what's acceptable in the UK for a motorway pavement. And we can call that.
Yeah. This is like, this is I reference the value that Mr. Leonard Taylor provided in his report.
Right. And we've agreed that the numbers in that the draft Golder states that the 2013 numbers are higher than the 2007 numbers. And we also know that the MTO was content with the 2007 friction testing results, correct?
So it was like, two-stage question. So the second, yes, MTO considered those values, 2007 values, as good. Sorry, and what was the first part of the question?
I was just reiterating that as noted in the draft Golder report, the 2013 numbers were higher than the 2007 numbers.
Yes, they were high. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And we know again from your evidence in May that after you received the 2007 friction testing results from the MTO, you advised Mr. Moore and Mr. Audi that the 2007 results were acceptable, not perfect. Is that correct?
I don't remember using word perfect, but I think, yes, I advised them that the 2007 MTO results were good.
Okay. And if we could, Mr. Registrar, pull up GOL 2642. And pull out Mr. Yuzerowski's email. And in September 2013, when Mr. Moore first approaches you to do the friction testing, you reiterate that the city got good numbers from friction testing in 2007 and that it was better than what the MTO typically has.
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, that was 2007 numbers before opening to traffic. They were good. Yes.
Right. And sorry, Mr. Registrar, if you could pull it back the Golder report again. Let me know if you need the number. Thank you. Okay, so we agree then that the only standard, or you have agreed with me that the only standard that was applied in the draft Golder report and the Tradewind report was the UK standard, and that the 2013 results were higher than the 2007 results, and that the 2007 results were acceptable to the MTO and to Golder. And so based on that, you'd agree with me, Dr. Yuzerowski, that one interpretation of the friction testing analysis in the Golder report provided to the city in 2014 is that the 2013 friction testing results, which are higher than the values that the MTO found acceptable, were relatively low only when compared to the UK standard.
No, I don't agree.
Why not?
The critical statement is the typical, the FM should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. The UK standard was this 48 that I referenced from Mr. Leonard Taylor's report, but my opinion was that those values should be minimum 40, because as the values in 2007 were just after construction, before opening to traffic. So the critical statement is this: typically the FN value should be equal or higher than 40 to be considered adequate.
And you don't provide any reference for that statement. The only reference in that section to a standard is the UK standard, correct?
Correct, but that's a separate statement.
Right. And Commission Counsel asked you about your call and your meeting with Mr. Moore on February 3rd and 7th. And if we could leave this up and also pull up OD6, image 99. And your evidence was that the February 4th call was sent to set the meeting agenda, and that the discussion really took place on February 7th. And with respect to the February 7th meeting, you told us that you recall going through sections 5 and 6 of the draft Golder report, but that you did not go through the Tradewind report, correct?
I think it would be probably more than 5 and 6, because I also talk about the condition of the pavement 6 years after construction. So probably also the other sections. But
certainly, but you did go through 5 and 6, but not the Tradewind report.
And I don't have detailed recollection, but I think yes, probably. Yes,
it's likely yes.
Okay. And if we just go to the next page of the OD, please. And you stated that the meeting was about an hour, but that you only spent 10 or 15 minutes discussing items 1 and 2 of your notes at paragraph 260 there.
Correct. Yeah, it was 1 hour, but as far as I recall, it was just the first hour. Half an hour was productive, and then Mr. Moore had a number of phone calls. That were, basically very little time to discuss. So yeah, roughly about, probably more than half an hour, I would say. Maybe out of the second half an hour, maybe I could get about 10 minutes. So maybe the total was about 40 or something.
And Commission Counsel asked you if you recall discussing the UK standard that's referenced in the draft Golder report. And you stated that you think that you did discuss this, but not too extensively. And that you talked to Gary about what was in the draft report and what he compared it to, but that you did not discuss this over a long period of time. And when you said what he compared it to, you mean that Moore was comparing the 2013 results to the 2007 results.
I definitely discussed with him what was in the report. So, 2007 versus 2013, and our recommendation that it should be at least 40. And likely I mentioned that, or I said that in that trading report, what I referenced that was 48 based on UK standard.
And the should be 40, that was also based on the UK standard.
No, it was not.
What was that based on?
I think that was discussed with Commission Counsel. What steps I used. That was based on table 2.7 and 2.6 in 2.6 and 2.7 in the Transportation Association of Canada guide.
And none of that is referenced in your draft report.
No, it's not.
And I take it at this meeting, you shared your view with Mr. Moore that the trade wind results did not raise any red flags.
Yes, that's correct. There were no red flags raised.
Okay.
Maybe not in the trade wind report. In my report, I didn't see any red flags.
In the draft report, in section 5 or 6, where you analyze the trade wind report, you don't raise any red flags. And indeed, the results didn't raise any red flags for you.
No, they didn't.
And you spent a bit of time with Commission Counsel discussing the recommendation to do microsurfacing. And if we could pull up the next page of the Golder report. The draft report does not discuss any timelines by which microsurfacing needed to be completed, correct?
No, it doesn't.
And you didn't discuss any timelines by which microsurfacing needed to be completed with Mr. Moore in your meeting?
No, I don't recall.
And the draft report does not state that failing to do microsurfacing on the Red Hill could lead to potential safety concerns.
No, it doesn't. Only it states that what it should be to be adequate and how to get what to do to address the structural and visual issues with relatively low friction.
Right. And if you thought that failing to microsurface could lead to potential safety concerns, you would have identified that in the draft report.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Certainly. If you thought, in your view, that failing to do microsurfacing on the Red Hill could lead to potential safety concerns, you would have identified that in the draft report.
I think I would. At that time, I didn't have any red flags, so I didn't. Yes, correct.
Right. And we talked about Mr. White's email in that long chain of emails from staff in which he talked about reviewing collision data to assess the number of wet weather collisions. And I take it at the February 7th meeting, you didn't ask Mr. Moore about whether that collision review was completed.
No, I didn't know about any collision analysis.
And at that meeting on February 7th, you didn't draw any connection between the accidents in wet weather collisions and friction values.
I think, again, you go too far. I didn't know about wet accidents, and it was. I think that chain of emails was sent by accident, so I think it was not. Then it wasn't discussed with me, with Gary. So I know it. I didn't know about the analysis. I didn't discuss anything with Mr. Moore, and he didn't bring any subject for discussion with me.
Right, but Dr. Ujarzewski, you were aware that the purpose for the friction testing were concerns from the police that when it rained, the pavement became slippery and that was contributing to accidents.
I knew that, Mr. Moore, was concerned that, or passed that concern that after rains, the pavement was considered to be slippery. This is the only thing that I knew.
And your recommendation to complete microsurfacing, and that was for the entire main line of the Red Hill.
No, not really. I recommended that a piece of the main line should be mill and overlay. This is where I observed the lamination roughly about 2.5 kilometers in both directions. We were slightly above 1 kilometer in each direction. So that was one subject. And on the remaining part, after the required repairs like the dips and the cracks, then microsurfacing for the remaining part of the main line.
The 2.5 was not continuous.
No, it was a piece of one side and another piece on the other side of the Parkway. Right.
So other than that, the recommendation was to microsurface the entire main line of the Red Hill.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't recommend only microsurfacing the parts of the Red Hill that were identified as having friction values of below 30 on the trade wind report.
No, I didn't, because there were the treatment would have to be applied over this like almost entire length except this 2.5 because of one, friction, and two, other structural and visual concerns that were covered in the report.
Am I correct that microsurfacing the Red Hill at that time would have stripped the roadway of the benefits of SMA?
No, I don't agree, because we would not remove the SMA. SMA would be still there, so the benefits that we had from SMA, like enhanced rutting resistance or cracking endurance, that would still remain. That would be only the surface. So SMA would address the friction, this relatively low friction aspect, and at the same time, it would seal the surface and address the micro cracking aspect. I definitely was not only concerned with the cracks that were observed, but also with micro cracking. So I didn't see any negative impact of applying microsurfacing. No.
Am I correct that the benefits of SMA include a durable rut-resistant surface course?
That's correct.
Right. And microsurfacing would apply a different surface course on the parts that are microsurfaced.
A different, but microsurfacing offers excellent rutting resistance. It's actually used to address rutting.
Right, but it would strip the roadway of the other benefits that SMA would provide.
I don't think what other benefits, because that would not strip SMA of any benefits, because SMA, as I don't want to repeat myself, but SMA mainly offers excellent rutting resistance and fatigue endurance. This would not change. Only just a very top would change, that would seal the micro cracking and provide better frictional characteristics.
Would it impact the noise level benefits that SMA offers?
I don't, the SMA benefits in terms of noise mitigation is, I know it's considered significant, but actually it's I would not consider this thing as compromising the benefits of SMA.
And I take it that in your February 7th meeting, there was no discussion about whether microsurfacing would impact the benefits of SMA.
No, I don't recall this discussion.
Okay. And Commission Counsel also asked you about the difference in the friction testing results between the Link and the Red Hill. And in 2014, were you aware that the Link was resurfaced in the summer of 2011?
Of course I was.
Right. And so Tradewind tested friction levels about 2 years before the resurfacing was completed.
Correct.
And the Red Hill opened in 2007. And so for the Red Hill, Tradewind tested friction levels nearly 7 years after it opened.
Yes, this is correct. Six and something. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And would you expect the Link to have higher friction levels than the Red Hill, given that it was recently resurfaced prior to the 2013 testing?
This is correct.
And Commission Counsel asked you about whether Mr. Moore had any comments regarding your email to him with the draft Golder report. And you indicated that in the February 7th meeting, after you emailed him the report, he told you that he wasn't happy with you sending the email. And when asked about what his concern was you stated that you understood that the report was too bulky and he was too busy. You don't recall any other reason that Mr. Moore gave you for not wanting to receive reports by email.
This is correct.
And in fact, you continue to send emails to Mr. Moore about friction testing on the Red Hill in 2016 and onwards.
Correct.
And certainly you didn't understand Mr. Moore in 2014 to mean that he didn't want you to send him reports or information about friction testing by email to avoid a paper trail.
No, he didn't tell me. He just wasn't happy with me sending the email, and it was just a short statement. This is it.
Okay. Could we please go to OD7 image 80? So we know that in December 2015, there were emails between you and Mr. Moore regarding friction testing. And your evidence was that you had no discussions with Mr. Moore after your meeting in February of 2014 and before your emails with him in December 2015 with respect to the trading report or the draft Golder report, correct?
This is correct.
Okay. And he did not contact you to arrange for microsurfacing?
To arrange for microsurfacing between this, you mean whether he called me to arrange for microsurfacing between 2014 and the end of 2015?
That's correct.
I don't recall. I know that I was in touch with Millepek, but I don't recall any particular request for this between.
Right.
You know, we were in touch about microsurfacing, but I don't recall anything between.
And certainly you were not aware of any microsurfacing that was completed on the Red Hill between 2014 and December 2015 on the Red Hill.
No, I was not. This is the first time I hear this. No, I was not aware.
And I take it as well that you didn't follow up with Mr. Moore on whether the Red Hill was microsurfaced or whether Mr. Moore took any steps to increase the friction values on the Red Hill between February 2014 and December 2015.
No, I don't. If there are no notes in my notebook, and so I don't recall any. I know that after that time we talk, but nothing. I don't recall anything between.
And certainly if Mr. Moore had not followed up with you in December 2015 regarding the Tradewind report, you didn't have any intention to follow up with him years later to see if the microsurfacing was completed.
No, we didn't talk about this. No, we saw each other often, but we didn't. No, we didn't talk about it.
Okay. And if we could go to Golder 7409, image 25. So these are your notes from the March 4th, 2016 meeting that you discussed with Commission Counsel. And your evidence was that you don't recall the meeting in detail, but you recall that Mr. Moore was concerned with the police comments that the roadway was slippery. And when asked about whether you recall Mr. Moore stating as such or whether you inferred that, You stated that city employees are savvy bureaucrats, and so they word things carefully, but you think Mr. Moore said it in a careful way, that the police were expressing an opinion that the pavement was slippery. And so I take from that, Dr. Yuzrowski, that you don't recall Mr. Moore expressly stating that he was concerned with the police comments that the roadway was slippery.
No, I agree with what you said before, what I told the Commission Council. Yeah.
And you agree that you don't have a recollection of Mr. Moore stating that, but that was based on your inference of his discussions with you.
I know he was concerned. This is why we talk about this. This is why I took the action. So he was concerned, and he talked to me about this. Of course, the first of all was the profile, but also the friction and friction results. And this is why I took immediate action after the meeting.
Fair to say that if you understood Mr. Moore to have significant concerns, you would have made a note of that.
I think those notes, I believe they were prepared before. So just for me to have a short meeting with Mr. Moore and what to discuss. But no, I as I said, I know he had some concerns. This is why I took that immediate action just after the meeting.
Okay, so I take that you don't have any notes documenting that Mr. Moore had a significant concern at this time.
No, nothing. I don't even remember whether those notes are during or after. No, I don't have any notes. Only what's here on the screen.
And if we could go to page or image 117 of that OD chapter, Mr. Registrar. And if we could pull up the next page as well so that we can see both 117 and 118. And Commission Council asked you about this exchange with Mr. Moore in March of 2016 regarding skid abrading and shot blasting on the Red Hill. And your evidence last week was that it's likely that Mr. Moore was responding to a quotation that you provided of 300,000 at paragraph 376 there. Could we?
Yes,
right.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we pull up paragraph 376, Mr. Registrar? And here, Mr. Moore is stating that he does not need the full road tested, just 4 to 6 spots that would be representative or worst case.
That's correct. This is what the email says.
Right. And he also seems to be under the impression that the 300,000 is for testing. And you clarify that in your email at paragraph 377, that the quote was for skid abrasion and not skid testing. And then at paragraph 378, if you could call that down. So we can see paragraph 378, thank you. And Mr. Moore states that he's not interested in your recommendation because it does not address cracking and the city needs to address the surface distress and deformations. And your evidence was that you were surprised that Mr. Moore was not interested in pursuing your recommendations. And we don't see any emails from you in response to Mr. Moore where you express any concern that failing to pursue skid abrasion or shot blasting or microsurfacing could lead to potential safety issues on the Red Hill.
No, for me, the subject was closed. Mr. Moore raised this concern during the meeting. I offered a solution and a contractor and cost estimate, and Mr. Moore says, "Thank you, we are not interested." That was it for me. The subject was closed.
Right, and you didn't have any concerns about the safety of the roadway, or whether the decision not to pursue these recommendations could lead to potential safety concerns on the roadway at that time.
No, I understood that Mr. Moore, as the owner, he had no interest and no concerns. So no, I didn't follow up. This is the end of this subject.
Right.
At this point of time.
Right. I understand that, but at this time, you, in your view, did not have any concerns about the safety of the roadway or potential safety issues that could arise if Mr. Moore did not pursue your recommendations of shot blasting, microsurfacing, or skid abrasion. At this time, you didn't have any of those concerns.
My recommendations were in response to Mr. Moore's concerns expressed during the meeting.
Right. That's not my question, Dr. Yuzurevsky. At this time, you, in your view, did not have any concerns about the safety of the roadway or potential safety issues that could arise from the decision not to pursue shot blasting, microsurfacing, or skid abrasion.
No, I think at that time, as you know, I didn't consider this to be a red flag. So I only responded to what Mr. Moore asked me, but I didn't. I only, as I said, you know, before, as you said, as I said, I didn't see any raised flag, and here now I responded to what Mr. Moore asked me about. So that was my recommendation in response to his concern. That's it.
So in March 2016, there were still no red flags for you with respect to potential safety issues on the Red Hill.
Like, I didn't know what changed, why Mr. Moore asked me about 2 years after about this. So I provided the recommendations and to respond to his concerns. Okay, I didn't know, he didn't tell me anything about any accidents or anything. He just expressed concerns, so I respond to his concerns that he expressed during the meeting.
Right, but he told you that those concerns, according to your recollection, those concerns were that the police continued to view slippery pavement as a factor that's contributing to collisions. So you knew that was the concern.
So that was repeat what was in 2013. Yeah, so he repeated what his concerns were, and then I provided the solution.
Right, and at that time, you did not have any concerns that not pursuing those recommendations could lead to potential safety issues on the Red Hill.
So, Commissioner, this is the fourth time. This is the fourth time at least this question's been asked.
We've had this asked 3 times already, Ms. Contractor. The answer's been given.
I didn't do any additional testing, so okay, thank you. Sorry.
Mr. Commissioner, the witness isn't responding to the question. Sorry, the witness isn't responding to the question, and so
the problem is that I think I fully understand his perspective, which he says is limited to responding to the concerns of his client, as he understands them, by way of providing recommendations, and that's his answer.
I understand that, but
I understand that you're trying for a different answer, but that presupposes a different outlook from the one that he says he brought to the situation, and he's answered that question from his perspective. Now, if you want to ask why he didn't have another perspective, you may proceed along those lines, but not by simply asking again and again the same question.
so thank you, Mr. Commissioner. My question is about whether or not he had a view about any potential safety issues on the Red Hill, quite apart from what he understood his assignment to be based on the client's request.
Okay, you can ask that question, but that is not the same question as the one that you were asking previously.
So I'll rephrase it then. Thank you. Dr. Uzorowski, I take it that you did not have any safety concerns about the Red Hill in light of Mr. Moore's decision not to pursue your recommendation in March of 2016 to shot blast, skidobraze, or microsurface the Red Hill. Correct?
I can say that at that point of time, I didn't have any new test result. There was no new testing done, so I had to base my opinion on what was done in 2013. One thing I knew that it would not get better, and this, to know more, I would have to do new testing to see how it changed. I knew one thing. It would not improve. So so that's why my answer was with recommending immediate action.
Sorry,
I don't know if this answers the question.
Is there an email where you recommend immediate action to the city?
Yeah, so
at this point, up until this point.
So the action I recommended was very clear in my email. I talked to contractors. I arrange, I talked to them. I have the contact. I got the cost estimate from the two. So it was like ready for implementation, and this is at that point of time, this is the best that I could offer to Mr. Moore.
And you don't state in your email that the city needs to take immediate action.
No, I didn't. I only responded to what he told me, what he asked me about.
And you don't state that the friction values will continue to decrease, and if the city does not take immediate action, it could lead to potential safety concerns.
No, I didn't. My opinion about safety, this is not my subject, but I only told in I think in my email that it would immediately improve the friction numbers. I think it's probably in my email. Okay, sorry, I have just, yeah.
So we can pull out
Yeah.
paragraph 377. I think is what Dr. Yudrowski is referring to.
Yes, this is, yeah, it is.
And
This is just that's what I meant. That the machine restores detection, brings the skid numbers high, so it's extremely quick, effective, and cheap. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of low cost. So for me, it was
right. You're explaining what the skid abrader would do here.
yes.
Okay. You're not saying that the city needs to, on an urgent basis or an immediate timeline, complete the skid or do skid abrading on the Red Hill.
No, I don't. That was Mr. Moore's decision, not mine.
And you didn't suggest to him that you thought it was important that that be done on an immediate timeline.
I didn't say immediate timeline, but for me it was important. This is why I put this effort to deliver the information immediately. No,
Right.
not immediately. It took me about a week, so as soon as I could.
Okay. And if we could go to the OD7 image 194, as well as GOL 7414, please. And August 31st, 2017, Dr. Yudrowski, you attended a meeting with city staff members during which you presented on a new specification as a way of improving pavement performance. And sorry, Mr. Registrar, that is at image 44 of the GOL document. And these are your notes from the August 31st meeting. And the note here, skid resistance, and your evidence was that that likely references the Red Hill, and although you don't recall specifically, the discussion was likely about relatively low skid resistance on the Red Hill and what to do on the Red Hill. And you also stated that you don't recall whether you brought up the skid resistance on the Red Hill or whether that was raised by the city. And so fair to state that skid resistance was not the main topic of discussion at the meeting, but raised in passing.
Oh, no, definitely it was not the main, no, it was not the main topic. The main topic was this presentation and that subject.
Okay. And again, at this meeting, you don't recall stating to Mr. Moore or the other city staff members that were attending that if the city does not pursue the recommendations that Golder made regarding microsurfacing, shot blasting, or skid abrazing, that it could lead to potential safety issues on the roadway. You don't state that at this meeting, correct?
Oh, I didn't say anything about safety issue. I think it was very likely my initiative that I talk about this relatively low friction numbers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and how to improve it. And particularly that I see the Miller in Hamilton. So Miller was the contractor who could do microsurfacing.
Right. And so no discussion around safety of the roadway was was raised at this meeting by you or by anyone from Miller Paving?
I think safety rather should come from the city. I was looking at skid resistance numbers that were relatively low, how to improve it, and the opportunity was such that Miller was. I think that time, as far as I recall, Mr. Trevor Moore was in the city, so that would be, in my opinion, a perfect opportunity to talk about it.
And in your discussion about relatively low friction values on the Red Hill, again, you don't state that those relatively low values could lead to potential safety concerns.
No, I didn't, but it was obvious that I would anticipate more concerns and more knowledge about safety aspect and this sort of aspects from the city employees. They live there. They discuss this thing. They read the newspaper. So it would rather be coming from them if this sort of concern.
Okay. But you didn't raise it, and you don't recall a discussion of that nature at this meeting.
No, not safety. As I said, these are savvy bureaucrats. They avoid the subject of safety or accidents or collision. So I talk about what I knew, what I could, and that's were just relatively low numbers and how you can improve them.
Right. And last week, Commission Council asked you about the additional testing that was completed near the end of 2017. And your evidence was that the PSV testing that was completed was entirely to assess the feasibility of hot in place. You also stated that at the time you recall Mr. Moore asking for additional friction testing. And you understood that that's because he wanted macro texture tested and because he still had some concerns that maybe asphalt was filled with rubber, is what you stated, and that he wanted to do friction testing before resurfacing, probably to know what it was. And when Commission Council asked whether you were speculating or not, you stated that you were. But what you were clear about in your evidence was that Mr. Moore was the one who requested friction testing in late 2017. Correct?
Friction testing, yes, that was requested by Mr. Moore. I think do you want me to cover all these three aspects? So is okay? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So because there were three aspects. There was PSV, there was macro surfacing, and friction. Yes. So PSV, I think PSV, that would be, I think, my initiative, because that was related to hot in place recycling. So I would like to know the PSV of the existing aggregate. Microsurfacing was in response to his concern that there was some, he called it rubber, asphalt fits with rubber, which is, we call it, for airports, we call it rubber deposit, but it's not on highway. But anyway, he asked, so that was the response. And then he asked for friction testing. Yes, there's three separate subjects.
Okay. And it was your decision to do British pendulum testing?
Yes, it was.
And so, again, and at this point in 2017, you did not tell Mr. Moore that the city needed to evaluate friction or to address friction because of any safety or potential safety issues on the roadway.
So again, I stay away from the word safety, but Mr. Moore wanted to resurface this thing shortly. So the surface would totally change. So resurfacing, whether it's through hot in place recycling or shave and pave, it changes the condition. There is no more SMA with its current value.
Right, and so the resurfacing would address any concerns that you may have had about the low friction values on the Red Hill.
Yeah, the resurfacing would address this relatively low friction aspect that numbers that I observed in 13, but at the same time would address the other concerns that we had with the condition of the pavement.
Right, and at this point in December of 2017, you do not recommend that any interim measures need to be taken prior to resurfacing. Correct?
So, a few months before, I recommended that shot blasting, etc. So that was before, but nothing between this particular date. No, I don't recall between this and the time of anticipated resurfacing.
Okay, so to be clear, to be clear, Dr. Yuzurowski, at this point, you know that the resurfacing is pending. You know that, or you recall Mr. Moore asking for additional friction testing, and you don't recommend that any interim measures needed to be put into place between December 2017 and when the city intended to resurface to address low friction concerns on the Red Hill.
I don't recall the details, but since I raised the subject of skid resistance, so basically that was still how can I say, refreshing the subject of relatively low friction numbers on the Parkway and methods available to address it quickly. So I think this is why this subject was raised.
Right, and so I take it that you don't recall whether you raised any interim measures. Is that your evidence?
I think since it is here, skid resistance, and I believe that was likely my initiative to talk about it. So obviously I expressed my concerns with this relatively low, the numbers that were relatively low, like, a few years ago, and available quick solution. So that's what I very likely expressed during the meeting.
And I'm sorry, the solution was resurfacing, or are you talking about microsurfacing?
So since I see Miller, that would be, microsurfacing, and because I, all the time until final resurfacing, I saw that skid abrading or shot blasting was a perfect, even a very short or interim solution, because it was of low cost and quick and effective.
Okay, but you don't recall telling the city that they needed to microsurface in December 2017 before the resurfacing they had planned in 2018. Correct?
No, it was still in August 2017. I didn't know about the article and about the accident.
Or December 2017, Dr. Yuzurowski.
Sorry?
December 2017. Sorry, why don't we take down?
Because I look at this August 31st, 2017.
So we are discussing the additional friction testing that Mr. Moore requested
Okay.
at the end of 2017, right? Why don't we, Mr. Registrar, take down the two documents so Dr. Yuzrowski is clear about what we're discussing. And so we're discussing the exchange that you had with Commission Counsel about that additional testing. And again, you stated that Mr. Moore had requested friction testing, and that it was your decision or recommendation to do British pendulum testing, and that the PSV testing was solely for the purpose of assessing the feasibility of hot in place. And I believe your evidence is that you don't recall whether you, at this point in December 2017, recommended any safety measures on the Red Hill to address the low friction concerns that you had prior to the resurfacing.
First of all, I apologize, but when you were talking about this, something else was on the screen, this August the 31st, 2017. So I was looking at that image. So I confused this thing a little bit. In 2007, December 2017, yes, this is what you said. And Mr. Moore requested friction testing, and I recommended British pendulum testing. Yes, I not only recommended, like I said, this is what we can do so quickly.
And you did not recommend any interim measures to address low friction concerns you had prior to resurfacing?
I don't recall at that time that I repeated this thing.
And at this time, you continued not to have any red flags, as you've said before, about the safety of the roadway.
You know, I would say, you know, I didn't have red flags in 2013. I knew it would not go up, but I didn't have any new results, new test results. So for me, it was difficult to estimate. I knew it would not get better, but all concerns were coming from the city or from the city employees, not from me.
Right, you didn't express any concerns.
Oh, I had the same concerns as previously, because you know that would not improve. So my concerns didn't change. They were even more serious. But and then, you know, this is it. So it's like what I had in 2013. It would not improve. But in December we were just talking about friction testing before overlay. Before was it overlay? Oh, before let's call it resurfacing.
And so you said that your concerns became more serious, and you didn't share that with the city, correct?
I think it's rather the city shared it with me, because not my, you know, it's obvious what was measured in 2013 would not go high, but the city, Mr. Moore, they almost at, you know, this one, the first, the second, the third meeting, they talk about friction concerns. So this friction concerns was coming from them, and this is why they asked me to test macro texture and the friction.
Right, but in response to those concerns, at this point, you did not recommend that interim measures should be put in place to address low friction prior to the planned resurfacing.
Because it was in December 2017, and they were planning resurfacing 2018. So it would be. I don't recall this sort of statement because I anticipated a quick let's say resurfacing in a short period of time.
In 2018.
In 2018, yes.
Okay. If we could please go to OD8, image 30, paragraph 73. And Commission Counsel took you to this exchange between Ms. Rizvi and Ms. Rose, two Golder employees, in December of 2017 regarding the extraction of the aggregate that had to be sent to Ireland. And you'll note here Ms. Rizvi states, the client is facing an urgent safety issue with their road and would like an answer. And your evidence was that nobody told you about urgent safety issues on the Red Hill. And you also stated that you were frustrated that the city did not follow your advice and that you couldn't force them to follow your advice. And again, I want to be clear, the advice that you're referring to is what's contained in the draft Golder report. And the quotes you provided to Mr. Moore in your email exchange with him in April 2016. There are no other exchanges that you're referring to. Is that right?
Yes, the 2000, so microsurfacing, 2014, blasting, and then, you know, we had that conversation, I think, in August 2017. So, yeah, that I admit I was frustrated with city's response that they raised this thing a few times. I provided recommendation. I provided recommendations, contractors, cost, anything that I could do, and it was the city decided not to follow.
Let's be clear about exactly what you did. So in 2014, again, you provided a draft report with your recommendation. And in 2016, in response to Mr. Moore's request, you provided quotations for skid abrasion and shot blasting. And in August of 2017, the issue of skid resistance came up again, and you, I believe, stated that you discussed the relatively low friction values at that time again, but didn't make any, didn't express any concerns about the safety of the roadway. Those are the three exchanges that you've had with the city to date in December of 2017 about what to do regarding friction values on the Red Hill. You're not referring to anything else. Is that correct?
Well, I would say I did a little bit more because, you know, I also contacted the microsurfacing contractor, provided brochure, provided cost estimate for this. So whatever was possible on my side, I provided a solution. And I repeated the solution a few times, and contractor cost estimate. And this is, so by that time, I did whatever I could, in my opinion, and the city opted not to take my advice.
Okay, and again, whatever you could is the three points in time that we've already talked about, right? The draft Golder report, the exchange in 2016 with Mr. Moore after you got quotations from contractors, and the August 2017 meeting when it came up in the course of your presentation, or after your presentation rather. Those are the only 3 points in time that you're referring to.
Oh, sorry, I have some, let me see what oh, sorry, I had some problems with my computer suddenly this, no, it's back again, sorry.
Okay, that's
So
all
could you
right.
repeat it? I'm sorry, I probably clicked the wrong button and now it's back again on my screen, so I'm sorry, I just clicked the wrong button.
That's fine. And your evidence was that you did everything that you could to get the city to follow your recommendations. And I, again, want to be clear that all you're referring to there is the draft report that you submitted in 2014, the exchanges that you had with Mr. Moore in 2016, and the meeting in August 2017. You're not referring to any other exchanges with the city regarding addressing relatively low friction values on the Red Hill.
Yes, this is correct. So whenever the city raised this subject and talked to me after the report, I provided the solution, and there was no interest or no response, no interest from the city.
If we could go please to OD 8, image 62. And Commission Counsel asked you here about your email exchange with Mr. Hine in January of 2018. Mr. Hine sends you a link to an article from The Spectator, which is excerpted on the next page, Mr. Registrar. And you reviewed this article when Mr. Hine sent it to you.
Yes, I did.
And you note that the article states in the first few paragraphs that the city hired a consultant to test the asphalt on the Red Hill, that the Parkway has been the subject of complaints regarding slippery pavement since it opened in 2007, that friction testing was done in December 2015 and was inconclusive, and that a consultant recommended further testing and that the city opted to repave ahead of schedule. Mr. Moore is also quoted as saying, "We don't know why they feel it's slippery, and that's all part of why the city is doing the testing."
So, can you? I have a black piece here on the part of this. I don't know how I can do this thing in my.
Can we make it larger? Maybe that would be
if you can
helpful.
make it larger, and that would be easier for me to
Sure.
read. Sorry about that, but
No, that's okay. Do you have a black?
oh yeah, now it's much better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No problem. And so why don't you take a few moments to review the first 3 paragraphs? And after, I'm sorry, have you finished reviewing?
Yes, I read relatively slowly, but this is like my habit. This is like always carefully.
That's okay. Let me know when you're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. After reviewing this article, Dr. Yuzarowski, and before the meeting in February that we'll discuss, I take it you did not send any emails to Mr. Moore or anyone at the city expressing concerns about the contents of the article.
No, I didn't.
And certainly you did not have any discussions with anyone at the city, including Mr. Moore, again, between reading this article and the meeting in February, where you expressed concerns about the contents of the article.
No, I don't recall any.
And you were aware from your discussions with Mr. Moore that concerns about the slipperiness of the pavement had been expressed previously to the city by the police, based on your recollection of your discussions with Mr. Moore.
Yes, and this is what was in his also in his email, initial email. Yes.
Right. And so there was nothing in this email that provided you with any additional information than what you already had. This article, sorry.
Well, there was some information that I had no clue about, like friction testing in December 2015, or no, that we don't know why. So, you know, with the response, I didn't know any about any additional testing done in 2000, any friction testing done in 2015. I never heard about this unless somebody else did it. And the response was, I'm not to comment on this, but there were a few things that I was surprised.
But you didn't send any emails or have any discussions with the folks at the city to ask for follow-up or to express any concerns, right? You told me that.
No, nothing until February. I don't recall until February 2018.
Okay. And Mr. Commissioner, I'm about to move on to a new subject that I think will be lengthy. I wonder if now is a good time to take a break.
Excuse me. Given the absence of a voice, it certainly will be. Let's take our break. We'll return at 2:05.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Ms. Contractor just a minute before we were going online contacted me with an issue which I think she should address before we get going.
Go ahead, Ms. Contractor.
Thank you, Commission Council. Mr. Commissioner, near the end of our session, unfortunately, we had a bit of an unfortunate tech issue that has deleted essentially the rest of my outline, which is, as Ms. Roberts' reaction indicates, very troubling.
Right.
So I tried to recreate some of that this afternoon, but I would hate to not have the benefit of our prep work to examine the witness. And so I'm in your hands as to how to proceed, but I
understand your problem. Well, can I ask whether counsel for the MTO and counsel for Dufferin would be in a position to begin their examination this afternoon?
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Perhaps with a further break, I can get some notes in order and continue. I just was preparing to proceed on Thursday, as we discussed this morning. So there are a few things that I would need to get in order, but I would be happy to do as much as I can if everyone would be inclined to take a short break.
Okay, let me ask about counsel for Dufferin as well.
Yeah, I believe I could proceed today.
You can proceed today. And how long do you anticipate you'll require?
Less than 30 minutes.
Less than 30 minutes? Okay, Ms. McCarter, is 15 minutes sufficient for your purposes?
That is, thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, let's adjourn then until 2:25, I guess. And then we'll pick up with your cross-examination.
thank you very much, and thank you to counsel for agreeing to step in.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wizarowski. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Buck.
Good afternoon.
Wizarowski, my name is Christopher Buck and I'm counsel for Dufferin. I just want to ask you a few questions this afternoon, principally concerning where the Red Hill Valley Parkway begins and ends. I believe that there's some differences of opinion when you look at some of the documents, but I think it's very clear when we look at the construction documents exactly where the Red Hill Parkway was constructed and where the link begins and ends. So what I'm going to refer to are the original tender construction drawings. Mr. Registrar, could you bring up Dufferin 2534? Thank you. And what we can see from this first page is this is the overview. This is part A. So this is the Mud Street interchange to broadly south of Green Hill Avenue. And this represents the southernmost portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. You can see it proceeds largely in a north-south direction from the QEW up near the top of the image and proceeds southwards down past Mud Street. And I think, could you just call out the image there, the plan, please, Mr. Registrar? And I don't know whether you can read right at the bottom of that image. We can see coming from the left, we can see Dartnell Road, we can see Pritchard Road, and we can see Upper Mount Albion Road, I believe. Can you make those out, Dr. Wizarowski?
Yes, yeah, I can see it. I know it.
And the dark shading represents the new, I believe, represents the new construction. Does that accord with your understanding of what this is showing?
Yes, it is.
And even at this high level, you can see that the new paving, the new construction ends at around Pritchard Road. But what we'll do is we'll get to a drawing with a bit more detail. So, Mr. Registrar, if you can go to image 3. And if you can call out the middle column, please. And what this is showing is all of the different elements of this rather large collection of drawings. And what we're interested in is the new construction. So about just over a third of the way down, it says NC index, sheet index new construction, and that identifies all of the sheets that have new construction on. So if we can turn to that, and I believe that is image number 14. So we've got to reorient ourselves a little, because on this particular sheet, north is to the right. You see the north arrow in the upper right corner. And if we follow the road from right to left, we're moving in a southwards direction until we get past the Mud Street interchange, which is that rather complex series of ramps towards the left. And then you can again see Pritchard Road, and the drawing that is at the southernmost edge of the Red Hill Parkway for the purposes of these construction drawings is NC number 1. Does that make sense to you, Dr. Wizarowski?
Yes, it does. Okay,
so what I'm going to do is, Mr. Registrar, can you turn up image number 15, which should be new construction drawing number 1. And I think we're going to have to zoom in on this a little. But what we can see without zooming in is we can see again Pritchard Road is crossing the main line in a kind of roughly north-south direction. We can see the north arrow at the upper right, and we can see the main line curving underneath that overpass. So what I'd like to do is, can you, Mr. Registrar, zoom in on the bottom right quarter of this image. That's perfect. A little further down. That's great. Thank you. So what we can see here at the bottom, there's some text which says limit of EBL paving. Dr. Uzorowski, could you tell me what EBL stands for?
EBL is eastbound lane.
So that's identifying, I put it to you, that's identifying the limit of the eastbound paving for this contract, which I think, as we all know, is constructed out of SMA. Is that correct?
Yes, this is correct.
And to the west of there, that would be existing asphalt constructed sometime earlier as part of the link or the link extension projects, which happened many years prior. Is that correct?
This is correct. I don't know the history of to the left of this, but to the right, it's correct. You are correct.
But to the west or to the left is not part of that 2007 paving contract that was 2006 paving contract that was completed in 2007.
No, as far as I remember, no, it's not. It's where the limit is shown on this drawing.
And if we look to the left of this call out, it states plane off existing, I think, asphalt, 600 millimeters wide by 40 millimeters deep, replaced with surface course. So I think that clearly suggests that there was already asphalt there, and we're constructing some sort of interface with the existing asphalt and planing off some of what's there and making a join. Is that in my layman's terms, is that correct?
Yes, that was the transition from the existing pavement to the new one. Yes.
Perfect. Mr. Registrar, you can drop that call out, and we'll have another look for the equivalent on the westbound lane side. So if you can zoom in, can you see at the top where it says limit of westbound paving? If you kind of zoom in a little bit further left, that's right, and then zoom in on a chunk of that down to cover towards the main line. That's perfect. And Dr. Rosowski, again, we can see at the top here the limit of westbound lane paving, and underneath that there's a similar notation that says plane off existing asphalt 600 millimeters wide by 40 millimeters deep, replace with surface course. And there's actually if you follow those lines down, you can actually see a kind of almost like two L's stacked together, a zigzag shape. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And that again is, am I right in thinking that's the transition from the SMA to the east of here, and whatever the existing asphalt is on the existing road to the west or to the left of here?
Yes, this is correct. This is westbound lanes, and transition from this existing pavement on the link to the new pavement, including SMA on the Rift Valley Parkway. You are correct.
And to your knowledge, the link was not constructed out of SMA?
No, the link was not.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, you can take that call out down. And I just want to take us to one further document to kind of illustrate some of the discrepancies when we talk about the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link. So, Mr. Registrar, can you call up Hamilton 41871? So, Dr. Uzorowski, you were taken to this a few days ago by Mr. Lewis. This is the SEMA 2013 report. This is the version from October 2013. And if we can have a look at image 3, please, Mr. Registrar. And this is figure 1. If you can just call out figure 1 there. So this is the study area taken from the SEMA 2013 report, and we can see that familiar shape coming down from the north, curving past Mud Street going under, and you can't actually make out that it says Pritchard Road on that road that crosses, but that's Pritchard Road, which then curves around and as we've just seen, flows into the Lincoln Alexander Parkway, either before or after Pritchard Road, depending on whether it's in the eastbound or westbound lanes. But actually, the SEMA report refers to the RHVP as extending beyond Pritchard Road, and in fact, even beyond Dartmouth Street. And that doesn't accord with your understanding of the construction limits of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
So my understanding is that officially Red Hill Valley Parkway starts where it's shown on the drawing, but the Dufferins section and our involvement started from just very close to Pritchard Road and going north on this drawing.
But in terms of where the SMA and the perpetual pavement begins and ends, that is either side of Pritchard Road, depending on eastbound and westbound lanes. And
that's correct, from Pritchard Road going north.
And I think that's where some of the confusion, certainly in my mind, arises. That I believe the city may refer to the Red Hill as extending beyond the original construction limits.
Yeah, and this is what was in the report, but I know, and actually even the photographs show that SMA started from just a little bit west of Pritchard Road going westbound, and a little bit east from Pritchard Road going eastbound.
I think that's great. I actually, if I can, are you aware of the alignment issue that was identified in this 2013 SEMA report? I'm not sure how familiar you are with the 2013 SEMA report. I know that you've seen it. I don't imagine you've looked at every aspect of it. Are you familiar with the issue that is sometimes referred to as the kink in the alignment?
Kink is
I can.
Yeah, I know it's in the report, but I would have to refresh my memory. But I understand that kink is it's not on Dufferin section.
Yeah, I think that's correct, and I can take you to an image which will explain exactly where the kink is. So if we can go to image 54. And this is the section that's talking about the changing the alignment. And there's this very helpful aerial or satellite photograph in the middle. Mr. Registrar, could you blow that image up? And what we can see at the rightmost edge of this image is the Pritchard Road overpass. And what we can see, that curve of the alignment curving underneath and stretching out towards where the link would be on the left-hand side, on the west. And the adjustment that they've marked here, the kink, is where those hatched lines are. There's a figure saying 1.6, and then there's some hatched lines which are showing the correction of that kink. Does that make sense to you, Dr. Uzarski?
Yes, it is, and actually you can see this darker color on the pavement. This is SMA. So right. It's right of that point where this 1.6 or 1.8 number is. This darker surface on westbound lane, this is SMA, yes, slightly westbound of Pritchard Road.
And that darker shaded portion of asphalt, that's the SMA, and that's actually a very similar shape to what we just saw on the construction drawings.
Exactly.
Perfect. And obviously what you can see here is that the kink is outside of the construction that was taking place in 2007.
Correct.
And that's I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Dr. Uzarski.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Ms. McCarthy.
Hi, Dr. Uzarowski. It's nice to see you again. I just have a few questions for you this afternoon. And Registrar, I'd like to start off by calling out overview document 6, image 59, please. Thank you, Registrar. And sorry, I may be at the wrong section. Registrar, if you could go to image 60, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. And if you could please pull out the top exchange, that would be great. Thank you very much. And so, Dr. Uzarowski, Mr. Lewis, Commission Counsel, asked you various questions about this exchange with Mr. Moore of the city. In this exchange, Mr. Moore flagged a potential slipperiness problem and asked you whether there was any skid resistance testing that was completed on your last outing. And you responded that you did very limited, a few locations only, skid testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway after construction. And I don't believe that we canvassed what you meant by very limited. So could you explain why you considered the 2007 testing to be limited in nature?
Maybe it wasn't very precise. It was only in one direction and roughly half of the length. So it is roughly about 3 kilometers only in the southbound direction.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Uzarowski. So it sounds like there are two factors there: the kilometers that were tested and also the number of lanes that were tested. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And so then at this time in 2013, after this potential slipperiness issue was raised, is it fair to say that you felt more extensive testing on the entirety of the main line rather than a sample section would be required?
No, of course. I think the intention was to do the testing on the entire length of the main line, which was about 7.4 kilometers.
And I noted as well in Dr. Henderson's subsequent email to Mr. Lee of the MTO that there was a request for a few ramps to be tested. Is that something as well that you felt would fall within the scope of this friction testing?
Yes, that's correct. A few ramps. I think we did, that was 2 ramps on Green Hill and 1 on Mott Street.
Thank you. And I take it that was to fully assess the areas that may require remedial treatments, if any were required at that time because of this potential slipperiness. Is that fair?
Yeah, that was to evaluate the friction numbers on those particular locations, Main Street and these few ramps, yes.
Okay, Registrar, you could take this document down. Thanks. Dr. Uzarowski, I noted that you responded to Mr. Moore saying that you would let him know details, price and schedule soon thereafter. And so knowing that MTO didn't charge for testing, fair to say that at that point, you knew that MTO may not have been able to accommodate the friction testing. Is that right?
Oh, yes. I was not surprised when Dr. Henderson told me that MTO was busy doing friction on the network and could not do friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
And you mentioned that you were surprised. Why is that what you said?
No, I said I was not surprised.
Oh, was not surprised. Okay, thank you. And so from how I perceive that, then it would be convenient if this could be accommodated by the MTO, but if not, we'll move on to other options. And that is in fact what happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, we also saw that Dr. Henderson contacted Mr. Lee at the MTO and made the requests. And I believe that you testified that you didn't specifically direct her to Mr. Lee. She likely sought out his contact on her own. Did you know Stephen Lee at that time?
Oh, definitely. Yes, I knew Mr. Stephen Lee very well.
Okay, and you knew that you knew of his position at that time. I know that there was various movements within the MTO that we heard about when the MTO witnesses provided evidence. But did you know the position that he held at that time?
This is a very good question. I knew he was with MTO, but exactly what position? I knew that he was changing his position. I don't recall exactly what his position at that time was.
Okay, fair enough. You stated that Dr. Henderson would have kept you informed of her efforts to coordinate the testing. And so I take it that at some point after she reached out to Mr. Lee, she informed you that the MTO would not be conducting the testing. Is that right?
Oh, very likely. I don't. I'm not sure if we have any records, but definitely she would let me know.
Okay. And just in terms of clarifying the communications on this issue to personnel at the MTO, I take it that you didn't follow up with any other MTO contacts about the matter of the testing when you learned that it couldn't be accommodated.
No, I didn't. For me, it was clear the MTO was busy, and so we had to look for other options.
Okay. Okay. And Dr. Uzareski, you told us you became aware of the Varennes quarry aggregate inclusion on MTO's DSM list, likely shortly after its inclusion, 2009 or 2010, sometime in that range. Is that accurate?
This is like, I don't know how shortly after. I knew that before I met with Mr. Moore in 2014 or during this, or let's say during the 2013 investigation, I checked. I knew that the mixed aggregate was on the DSM list.
Okay. And is that when you referred to the 2013 investigation, is that the exchange or the investigation initiated by Mr. Moore's email that we just viewed?
No, the 2013 investigation was to evaluate structural condition of the entire pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Actually, entire pavement. Actually, we focused on the main line.
Okay.
Not the ramps, on the main line.
Right. Okay. And so I don't have the specific Oh, the specific date that Mr. Moore reached out to you and asked you about friction testing was September 30th, 2013. So that would have been at some time before that request was made, then, if I am piecing this together correctly.
Yes, that was, a significant time before. Like, again, now I would have to check the date, but it was, it was, sometime before the date when he asked me for friction testing.
Okay, thank you. And I don't believe this has been discussed, but how did you become aware of that? Did you, for instance, do you check the DSM list from time to time, or it sounds like from what you just explained, you may have checked to see whether it had been included because of this new assignment with the city. Do you recall how you became aware of its inclusion on the DSM list?
That's a very good question. I don't recall. I visit that list from time to time, not only for Red Hill Valley Parkway, but I deal with. I work on other projects. I work on airports, and there's the same requirement for airports. There's the aggregate has to be 50, but we look at if it's on the DSM, then we are satisfied. So it was. I knew that, I cannot tell you exactly when and how, but, it was just, from time to time, I go through the list. I check who is on the list, who is appeared, who disappeared. So somewhere that time, I noticed that it was on the
Okay.
list.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. And so further to that, in terms of the PSV threshold of 50, there was some discussion about that throughout the last few days of your testimony. And you explained that because this aggregate was on the MTO's DSM list, you knew that the PSV tests for the aggregate would have come back with a value of over 50. And I take it that is due to your familiarity with the DSM list requirements. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so just to close that off in terms of communications back to the MTO, you're not saying that you reached out to anyone to collect those results. It was just you knew it was on the DSM list, and therefore you knew it would have met those requirements.
Exactly. I knew if it was on the DSM, it must have been at least 50.
Okay. And then you stated as well that Mr. Moore decided not to pursue additional PSV testing, based in at least in part on the fact that it had met the MTO's requirement previously. Did you discuss with Mr. Moore the parameters for DSM inclusion?
I don't recall, detailed discussion. It was like, okay, if it's on DSM, it is at least 50, and I didn't, discuss, the procedure, what would be included. Just from the PSV point of view, must be at least 50.
Okay, and so fair to say then, he either knew of them or he didn't, but the end result of that decision was not to PSV test because it had previously met the MTO threshold for DSM list inclusion.
Yes, it was in 2009, appeared on the DSM, and this was 2013. So
right.
I think, no, we didn't. I think it was the decision for me made common sense.
Okay. And did Mr. Moore ever instruct you to reach out to the Ministry of Transportation to retrieve the exact results or to see what they had on file in terms of the DSM list approvals?
No, he didn't.
And now, further to that, do you recall whether you discussed with Mr. Moore that friction tests on an aggregate test strip would typically be conducted by the MTO as part of the approvals process as well?
No, I don't recall, and I don't think so.
Okay. But you were, I believe you've testified, you were aware that there were some friction tests for test strips typically involved in the approvals process. Is that right?
This is right. It was stated in a CTAA paper, I think in 2001, or to MTO CTA paper, I think 2001 or 2002.
Okay. And then just, again, just in terms of clarifying any communications with MTO, did you ever reach out to your contacts at MTO to request any of the other DSM related friction results for this aggregate?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And in terms of the DSM test results, we've seen that there was friction testing between 2008 and 2012 conducted for the purposes of including this quarry on MTO's DSM list. And those only pertained to a representative portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. You know, so much that MTO could make assessments about the in-field performance of the aggregate. So in 2013, when you were looking at additional testing and what may be required, would it be fair to say that even if you had those test results in hand at the time, there would still be additional testing that needed to be completed so that you could report back to the city on the issue that they tasked you with?
If I understand your question, so obviously that was only, you know, let's say roughly a quarter or less. So it would be much more required, but I didn't know where the test strip was. I didn't know about any testing done by MTO after 2007. Right.
Okay. I understand, and I guess in just to rephrase slightly, there's been this slipperiness issue that's been raised, and we've seen the request that was for sort of the entirety of the Red Hill. And so would you agree that testing on a representative partial section wouldn't be sufficient to make conclusions at that time?
Oh, I agree. You know, my intention, and I thought that the entire section would have to be, the entire 7.5 kilometers or 7.4 would have to be tested.
Okay, and I just have one last, or a couple questions for you, Dr. Zabrowski. Mr. Lewis, Commission Counsel, asked you about the media request that was forwarded to you by Ms. Becca Lane, and that was January 22nd, 2016. We established that you followed up with Gary Moore and responded to Ms. Lane, informing her that you had, and with information about potential cracking. Did you have any further discussions with Ms. Lane as a result of that exchange? Did you ever get back to her flagging any issues with the Red Hill Valley Parkway at that time?
No, I didn't. And Ms. Becca Lane was involved with me in that, what they call the OMPA asphalt pavement quality group. So, you know, we, Miss Becca Lane, Pamela Marks, and number of people involved. So I understood that was related to that subject because that was the hot, very hot subject of pavement premature cracking because of the addition of engine oil residue or recycled engine oil. So that was my understanding that, and also Ms. Becca Lane shared was whether it was likely cracking because of that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Uzreski. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we should ask Ms. Contractor if there's anything she can do at this point, or whether she wants to remit the rest of her examination to Thursday morning.
And thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to rectify the issue on our end. And so it may make sense to start on Thursday. And certainly we'll be brief with the remaining questions that we have.
Okay, well, thank you. I will leave you to working out with Ms. Roberts and Mr. Lewis how the time is going to proceed on Thursday morning. In the meantime, Dr. Uzarowski, you're excused for the day. Thank you very much for attending, and we apologize for the rather disjointed day that we've all experienced. And if there's nothing further we have to deal with this afternoon, then we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.